Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु श्री अद्वैत
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
राम
Hare
राम
Ram
राम
Ram
हरे
Ram
हरे हरे
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
हरे हरे हरे
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna Krishna Krishna
हरे हरे हरे
Hare Ram Ram
हरे
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
राम राम राम
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
हरे
Krishna Krishna
कृष्ण
Hare
कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे हरे
Ram Ram Krishna 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 Krishna
हरे कृष्ण
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
हरे कृष्ण
Krishna Krishna Krishna
हरे
Hare Ram
राम
Krishna
राम
Krishna
राम
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
हरे
Hare
हरे कृष्ण
Ram
कृष्ण
Ram
कृष्ण
Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Krishna
राम
Krishna
राम हरे
Hare
हरे
Ram
हरे
Ram
हरे
Ram
कृष्ण कृष्ण
Krishna
हरे राम
Krishna Krishna Hare
कृष्ण कृष्ण
Ram
राम राम
Ram
हरे
Ram
हरे
Hare
हरे
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
हरे
Hare
राम
Hare
हरे
Ram
हरे
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
हरे
Hare
हरे राम
Ram
राम
Krishna Krishna Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Hare
हरे
Ram
राम राम हरे
Krishna
हरे हरे
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Hare Hare Ram
हरे हरे
Ram
हरे कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
हरे हरे
Hare
Krishna
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 राम हरे
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
हरे
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
हरे
Hare
हरे
Krishna
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे
Ram
हरे
Ram
हरे
Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
राम
Hare
हरे
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
हरे
Ram
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
Hare
कृष्ण
Hare
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna
कृष्ण हरे
Krishna
हरे
Krishna Krishna Krishna
हरे
Krishna
हरे
Hare
कृष्ण
Hare
कृष्ण हरे
Krishna
कृष्ण
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna Hare
राम
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
राम
Krishna
हरे
Krishna
हरे
Hare
Krishna
Hare
कृष्ण
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram
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 Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram
Ram Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare Hare
Shri
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna Hare
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 Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama
Hare 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 Ram
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
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 Rama
Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Rama
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Govindaya Namo Namo
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Vasudevaya Namo
Krishna Krishna Hare
Vasudevaya Namo
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Hare
Namo Vasudevaya
Krishna Krishna
Namo
Krishna Hare Rama
Vasudevaya
Krishna
Namo
Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Hare
Namo
Krishna 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 Krishna
Om Namo Hare
Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama
Vasudevaya Namo
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya Namo
Ram Ram Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama
Vasudevaya
Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Krishna
Vasudevaya Namo
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna Krishna
Namo
Hare Hare
Vasudevaya Om
Krishna
Namo
Krishna
Bhagavate Vasudevaya
Krishna Krishna Hare
Om
Hare
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namo
Krishna 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 Hare
Vasudevaya
Krishna
Namo
Krishna 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 Hare
Om
Rama
Namo Bhagavate
Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Om
Hare
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya
Krishna 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 Hare
Vasudevaya Namo Om Namo
Krishna
Bhagavate
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Hare Rama
Bhagavate
Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna 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 Hare
Vasudevaya
Rama
Namo
Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna Krishna
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Vasudevaya
Hare
Om
Krishna
Namo
Krishna Krishna
Bhagavate
Krishna
Vasudevaya Om Namo
Krishna
Bhagavate
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Hare
Vasudevaya Namo
Krishna Krishna
Vasudevaya
Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna 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 Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Bhagwan Chaturne Nityananda
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare
Dashi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Gaur
Hare
Bhakta
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Ram
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Ram 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 Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Shri
Krishna,
Chaitanya
Ram
Prabhu
Ram Ram
Nityananda
Hare
Shri Advaita
Hare
Gadadhar
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram
Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare, Ram Ram,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram 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 Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Ram Hare Hare,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna, Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare,
Jai
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Chaitanya
Hare,
Prabhu
Ram Ram,
Nityananda,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Gaura
Krishna,
Bhakta,
Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare, Hare
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Ram Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Jai
Hare
Shri
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Jai
Hare,
Shri
Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram Ram, Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Ram Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Hare.
Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Ram
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare.
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna.
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram.
Hare, Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Ram.
Krishna
Ram Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna.
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Krishna.
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare, Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Jai
Krishna
Hind,
Hare
Jai Hind, Jai
Krishna
Hind.
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Ram
Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare, Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Ram Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare
Ram
Ram Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gauri
Hare Ram,
Bhakti
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Om Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Ram Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare, Nityananda Shri Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Ram Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare
Ram Ram, Ram Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
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 Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram
Ram Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram
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 Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram
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 Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Rama, Hare
Ram
Rama, Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Rama, Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
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 Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna, Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram.
Krishna Hare Krishna
Jai
Krishna
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya
Ram
Prabhu
Ram 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 Hare
Nityananda
Hare
Shri
Krishna
Advaita Gadadhara
Krishna
Shivasati
Krishna Hare
Gaura
Hare
Bhakta
Ram
Vrinda
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram 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 Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Anandasya
Hare
Bhakti
Krishna,
Vedanta
Krishna,
Rasati Gaur
Krishna,
Bhakti Vrinda
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Gaur
Krishna,
Bhakti
Hare
Vedanta
Hare, Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram, Ram
Gaur
Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna,
Shri
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Pranayami Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare,
Ram Ram
Ram
Ram Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram
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 Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
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 Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Krishna
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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Hare
Ram
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna
Ram 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 Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Jai Krishna, Jai Krishna, Krishna, pure and perfect Lord, Shivasadi, Lord of Akunda, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare, Ram Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Ram Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare 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 Ram Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Hare Hare, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Ram Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Rama
Ram
Rama, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama, Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare Hare
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Rama,
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram, Ram
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Oh,
Hare
Lord
Hare, Hare
Govinda,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Namaste
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram Ram,
Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Ram
Om
Ram,
Namo
Hare Hare,
Bhagavate
Krishna, Krishna,
Vasudevaya,
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare, Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Namo
Krishna,
Krishna
Bhagavate
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Hare Ram
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Chaitanya
Hare
Prabhu
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Nityananda
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Shadvaita
Hare,
Hare Ram
Gadadhara
Hare Ram Ram
Shivasa
Ram Hare
Gaur
Krishna
Mataya, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Krishna, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare Ram
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram
Ram
Hare Ram
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 Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram
Ram
Hare Ram
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 Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, 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 Hare
Hare Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, 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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Krishna
Prabhu Nityananda
Krishna
Shri
Krishna Hare
Advaita
Hare
Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura
Krishna
Bhakta
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, 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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram.
Krishna, Hare
Jai Shri
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Chaitanya Prabhu
Krishna,
Nityananda
Krishna
Shri
Krishna
Advaita
Krishna,
Gadadhara Shivasari
Krishna
Gauri
Krishna Krishna
Bhaktapari
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram.
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Harinam, 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 Harinam,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare 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 Ram
Harinam, 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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram
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 Harinam,
Hare
Harinam,
Hare
Krishna
Harinam, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Harinam, Harinam, Harinam,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram
Ram Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Ram 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 Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Krishna 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 Krishna
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Swaita Gadadhara Shivasati
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare H
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
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 Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram
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 Ram Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
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 Hare
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 Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram Ram Hare
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 Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 H Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Nam Nam Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram Ram Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna.
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna.
Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
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 Krishna.
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna.
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare.
Rama,
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare.
Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare.
Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare.
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare Ram,
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 Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare. Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Krishna. Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Guru,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Guru, Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Guru,
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Guru,
Hare
Hare
Hare. Hare Ram,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Guru, Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Guru,
Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Guru, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Guru, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Guru, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Guru, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Guru,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Guru, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram, Ram, Hare Guru, Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Guru
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Guru
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Rama
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Guru
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Guru
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Chaitanya
Krishna,
Hare
Prabhu
Hare
Nityananda
Rama
Shri Advaita Gadadhar
Hare
Shivasati
Guru
Hare
Gaura
Krishna, Hare
Bhakta
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Rama
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare.
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Guru
Hare.
Hare Guru
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Ram, Hare Ram. Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Guru
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Rama
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Guru
Krishna
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram
Rama
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Guru
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Rama
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Guru
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Guru
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Guru
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Hare.
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Rama
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Guru
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare.
Rama
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Guru
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare Rama
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Guru
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare.
Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare.
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama
Krishna, Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Guru
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama
Ram Ram, Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Guru
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Rama
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Guru
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Guru
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Rama
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Hare,
Guru
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Guru
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare
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 Rama
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Guru
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Rama
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Guru, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
जय श्री
Krishna,
Hare
कृष्ण
Guru,
चैतन्य
Hare
प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत
Hare
गदाधर
Ram, Hare
श्री
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
श्री
Ram,
भक्त
Hare Krishna, Hare
हरे
Krishna,
कृष्ण
Hare
हरे
Guru,
कृष्ण
Hare
कृष्ण हरे 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 राम
Hare
हरे
Ram,
राम
Hare
राम
Ram,
राम
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
कृष्ण
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
हरे
Krishna
Hare
हरे
Krishna,
Guru,
राम
Hare
हरे
Hare
Hare,
राम राम
Ram,
Hare
हरे
Ram,
कृष्ण
Hare Ram,
हरे
Ram
कृष्ण
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
हरे
Krishna,
हरे राम
Hare
हरे
Krishna,
राम राम
Krishna
राम
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Guru,
Hare,
हरे
Hare
कृष्ण हरे
Hare
कृष्ण
Ram, Hare Ram,
हरे
Ram
हरे
Ram,
राम
Hare
Ram
Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Guru,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
हरे
Krishna,
कृष्ण
Hare Krishna, Krishna
हरे
Krishna,
हरे हरे राम 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 हरे कृष्ण
Hare
हरे
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
राम
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
राम
Hare
राम
Hare, Hare Ram,
हरे
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
जल्दी स्टार्ट
Hare
करते
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Guru, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Guru, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Guru,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Guru, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Guru,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Guru
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Guru
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Guru
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare Guru
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare Guru
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Guru
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Guru
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Ram Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare Guru
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Guru
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Guru
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Guru
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Guru
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Guru
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Guru
Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Guru
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Guru
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Guru
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Guru Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Guru
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Guru Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Guru
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Hare Ram
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram Ram
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram Hare
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 Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Prabhuji
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Prabhuji
Hare Krishna. We are almost past 7, like 3 minutes past 7. We'll read Srimad Bhagavatam, 7th canto, 6th chapter, verse 9. Prahlad instructs his demonic schoolmates. This is like the teachings of Prahlad Maharaj. And then we have prayers of Prahlad Maharaj. So we can continue. Ko griheshu puman saptam atmanam ajitendriyaha sneha pasher dridher baddham utsaheta vimochitam. What person to attach to household life due to being unable to control his senses can liberate himself? An attached householder is bound very strongly by ropes of affection for his family, wife, children, and other relatives. Okay, so the last 10 years are wasted because of increasing attachment to family life, and now he's describing what is that attachment. Like 50 years in sleep, 10 years in childhood, 10 years in sporting, 20 years in old age, so 70 and 20, 90, and then 10 years in one's insatiable lusty desires in family life. So now he's describing that those years also. Prahlad Maharaj's first proposal was Kamara Acharit Pragyo, Dharman Bhagavataniha. One who is sufficiently intelligent should use the human form of body from the very beginning of life. So Prabhupada's words are like, we should use the human body. Means we are not this body, but body is a tool, right? We are not the body, but the body is a tool which we can use to achieve perfection. Like we use many tools, right? So, in other words, from the tender age of childhood, to practice the activities of devotional service, giving up all other engagements. So, right from the beginning of life, we should, tender age of childhood, one should practice devotional service like chanting, hearing, all these things. Giving up all other engagements. Okay, that's tough one. For a child, there are so many engagements, right? You have to take them to this competition and that competition, right? You take them for extracurricular, by karate class or swimming. So do we have to take this literally? Giving up all other engagements. One who is sufficiently intelligent should use the human form of body from the very life. In other words, from the tender age of childhood, to practice the activities of devotional service, giving up all other engagements. Means other than devotional service, the 9 processes of devotional service, and maybe other, what can a child do? He cannot do a job or anything. But he should be engaged constantly in devotional service, giving up all other engagements. So what would you say? I mean, should we take this literally, or because we have our children and we want to, or we have not engaged also, right? We were playing so many cricket and so many things. I don't know what all you were doing in childhood, but is this the ideal thing one should do? What do you think?
Lots of background noise.
Okay, let me turn to that. Okay, it's much better, I think, now. So, Prabhupada wanted like that, like from education in Gurukul, where you learn some basic stuff and then become a devotee, and then you learn Shastra, and then as you grow up, you become a preacher. You preach Krishna consciousness, and in this way, spend a whole life in Krishna consciousness. he would also say, right, that this modern education is slaughterhouse education because it gives the wrong information. Like we learn Darwin's theory, which is not correct, that we have evolved from monkeys, and where they don't teach about the soul. So he was not very in favor of all this. So let's see what Prabhupada says about that. The modern educational institutions are different grades of slaughterhouses. Slaughterhouse means in slaughterhouse you are killed. So here the desire for self-realization is killed in the modern day schools. Why? Okay, 1 minute. Vasudev is asking something. Initial meeting. We have a password for our Teams meeting? I don't think so.
Not for Teams, no.
Yeah, he's asking me password.
Yeah, you may have forwarded the Zoom meeting.
Teams, no,
I can.
No, it's the same one I took from the one it was posted in the. Today you posted right on the Bhagavad Gita, the new Japa group. Same. Yeah, you can send
You
me.
must be logged into Teams.
Copy link.
Or may not be.
Maybe it's some other meeting. Okay, this one.
I forwarded him.
Correct link. Okay. Send him something else. Okay. Yeah, so he says, Prabhupada says, right, that the modern educational institutions are different grades of slaughterhouses. If you can open an ideal institution for the future children of our associates, it will be a great service. So, yeah, he was not very much in favor of this modern education, and where, we don't learn anything about the soul. We learn some subjects like math and, science and all this, but there is no education about the soul. So he wanted own schools where devotees' children would be given spiritual education apart from learning the basic stuff like that. So that is why he says like Dharman Bhagavatam means the religious principles of reviving our relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So Prabhupada, he's a pure devotee. So he wants everybody to be a pure devotee. And he doesn't want anybody to get distracted from so many other things. So he's directly saying that this should be done from the very beginning of life and giving up all other engagements. Because there is nothing really to do in this material world except to revive our Krishna consciousness and go back to Godhead. So he's speaking from that perspective. Because we have material desires and we want to enjoy in this material world, so we have to become an engineer, we have to become a doctor. But he wanted, like, somebody joined during Prabhupada's time, somebody joined and the mother came and said, my son was doing, a medical school or engineering, whatever he was doing, lawyer. And Prabhupada, now he has stopped doing everything and he's now just doing these spiritual things. So what did Prabhupada say? Prabhupada said there are so many doctors and engineers and lawyers and software people. Why does everybody have to become? When we need their services, we can use their services. We don't need to know plumbing. We can call a plumber. When car mechanic, you go to car mechanic, he can fix your car. But we have a shortage of preachers in our Krishna consciousness. We have less those who will spread this Krishna consciousness. So we are training him to become a preacher, like that he said. And of course, Also, one has to purify one's consciousness. So this is the real, we are very less, there are so many lawyers. If you look up even in Columbus, if you look Google, how many lawyers, oh, you'll get so many lawyers. You'll get so many plumbers, but very few preachers, and all over the world. So that's what Prabhupada wanted us to do, to make our life perfect and spread this message to others. So, Dharman Bhagavatam means the religious principle of reviving our relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And ultimately, whatever we do, I mean, we do an education or is to get happiness, right? Ultimately, the goal is to get happiness. Whether you are, working, is that, so many things. So, in spiritual life, you can get happiness much more than material life, right? And if you are trained from the very beginning properly, nicely, then the joy only increases, right? In spiritual life, the joy is only supposed to increase. Ananda Mudi Vardhanam, because we commit offenses and so many other things, it's not so fast. But otherwise, joy in spiritual life simply increases, and especially if you're trained from the early childhood, then you don't have bad sanskaras and bad, you don't have the influence of all the movies and all these things that you go through. And then you are raised in a devotional way, and your mind is very devotional. You have less material desires. Of course, there is past karma also from past life, but less material desires, and you have great joy in bhakti. So, and human life becomes perfect. So, that is what Prabhupada wanted us to get out of this cycle of birth and death and go back home, back to Godhead. So, this thing should start very early. And if it didn't start early, then at some point, whenever we feel the urgency. So for this purpose, Krishna personally advises, Prabhupada says, Sarva dharman parityajya mam ekam sharanam vraja. Give up all other duties and surrender unto me. While in the material world we manufacture so many duties in the name of many isms, but our actual duty is to free ourselves from the cycle of birth, death, old age and disease. So that is our main duty. Other duties we may have, right, relation to the body, but it should also support our main duty, not take us away from our main duty. And don't create so many, Prabhupada says, everybody is like burdened by the so-called duties that they have created. You create, if you don't have duties, you create duties in this world, right? You create like your very complex situation, and then you say, oh, I have so many duties, how can I chant Hare Krishna, how can I do this, how can I do that, I have no time, because I am bothered by so many, and our mind is also into this material, thing. So you say, oh, why? So that's how our life gets spoilt. Or we cannot focus, one-pointed focus is not coming, because our material desires are distracting us from the actual purpose of life. So we have to determine, right? I mean, that I will only do Krishna consciousness this life. Like Prabhupada told Bhakti Charu Maharaj, right? You have tried to enjoy. You have done all this in so many lifetimes. What you are trying to do now, you have done all this. Give this life to Krishna. Yeah. So for this purpose, one must first be liberated. And we should not take material life too seriously also. Because it's whatever you are going to get, you are going to get. Because from your past karma, you are going to get in your material life, whatever. And maybe you work a little bit, so to maintain, you are going to get. So one should not work too hard, as Rishabdev says, right? What is the verse? Nayam deho ajami loke Kashtan kamam arhati vidpujami. Yes. Shuddhe yasmat brahma sakyam tvanantam. Yeah, so he says you work hard for getting out, improving your consciousness. Work hard to change your consciousness. So, to become Krishna conscious, work hard, not for sense gratification. So this is actual duty. That's why one who can see the problems in material life. See, now we know this, but it's how much you take it to heart. That is another thing. One thing is to know, but how much you really take it to heart and you really want to solve. You really think these are the problems of life and you really want to solve and you want to become Krishna conscious. So there's levels of, intensity of desire. So for this purpose, like somebody wants to become a doctor, right? So you may have desire, I want to become doctor. Then somebody really has an intense desire. No, I have to become a doctor or whatever, engineer, lawyer. Then when the desire is intense, then their focus is also intense. They will do everything, they'll work hard, they will take this exam and that exam, and they'll try to get into the best institution. They'll work very hard, very attentive, right? Very attentive. And somebody says, I want to become doctor. Yeah, I want to become, but I'm not doing anything much. So like that, there's levels of, intensity of desire. And the pure devotee has the most intense desire to serve Krishna. We also have desire, everybody has, but it's one among many desires, right? It's not the only desire, singular desire. It's one amongst many other desires we may have. Speaking about myself. So somehow we have to concentrate that desire and we have to make that is the desire. This is the goal of life. So, so for this purpose, one must first be liberated from material bondage. And especially from household life. Household life is actually a kind of license for a materially attached person by which to enjoy sense gratification under regulative principles. Otherwise, there is no need of entering household life. So, because there is attraction between male and female. So, okay, you want, like, there is sex urge. So, okay, you get married and under regulative principles means for the purpose of procreating a child, okay, engage in that relationship. And in this way, one's desires can be, dovetailed in Krishna's service. Krishna says, I am that lust which is not contrary to religious principles. So his Prabhupada is saying like that household life is actually a kind of license for a materially attached person. Yeah. So if you can't renounce, then renounce this desire, then you enter household life. And then after going through household life at certain age, you say, now no more household life, now retired life. Vanaprastha, and then renounced life. So this is how Varnashram was designed. And even Kshatriya kings, for Kshatriyas, they go up to Vanaprastha. Like Bharat Maharaj, right? He left everything and went to the forest, Vanaprastha. Even Chitraketu Maharaj, he wanted to give up his kingdom, but he didn't have a child to take care of this kingdom. But then at some point you renounce. Of course, his child died. I don't know what he did, but he got cursed also. But they want to hand over the responsibility and then they want to retire so that they can fully focus on Krishna, on spiritual life. And then for Shudras, it is only Grihastha ashram. Brahmanas go up till Sannyas ashram. But for Shudras, it's only Grihastha ashram. It's how it's described, different. So household life is actually a kind of license for a materially attached person by which to enjoy sense gratification under regulative principles. Yeah, we say, Jayadvaita Maharaj was saying, right? It is all based on lust. As brahmachari, one is trained to control lust. As grihastha, one is meant to regulate lust. As vanaprastha, one is meant to detach from lust. And as sannyas, one is meant to forget lust. Otherwise, there is no need of entering household life. So you don't have to become a grihastha. From brahmachari life, one can directly go to sannyas. Before entering household life, one should be trained as a brahmachari, living under the care of the guru, whose place is known as Gurukul. So for most people, this is not possible, right? So most devotees will be householders. It is not possible to be detached. There are some rare, who are renounced from the beginning, and maybe from their past life they have renunciation, so they can give up. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's grihastha, Prabhupada said, what my Guru Maharaj sannyas disciples could not achieve, my grihastha disciples achieved. In London, right? The 6 couples that went, Gurudas, Yamuna, Mukunda and Janaki, Shyam Sundar and Malti, and her little daughter. So the 6 couples, they went to London and they spread Krishna consciousness. So sometimes, grihasthas can do also so much to spread Krishna consciousness. It can be inspirational. Like there are so many grihasthas who are doing so much. So, but still, this is how it is designed, the 4 ashrams. Before entering household life, one should be trained as a brahmachari, living under the care of the guru, whose place is known as the guru. This is the ideal way how it should be. So in brahmachari life, one is trained to control the senses. So when he enters grihastha ashram, already he has sense control, right? He knows, he has already learned sense control. Brahmachari guru kule vasan dantu gurur hitam. From the very beginning, a brahmachari is trained to sacrifice everything for the benefit of the guru. So become humble, right? Become humble, cultivate a mentality of service. A brahmachari is advised to go begging alms, like Krishna and Sudama also. They went into the forest to collect firewood for Sandipani Muni. Brahmachari is advised to go begging alms door to door, addressing all women as mother, and whatever he collects goes to the benefit of the guru. In this way, he learns how to control his senses and sacrifice everything for the guru. When he is fully trained, if he likes, he is allowed to marry. Thus, he is not an ordinary grihastha who has learned only how to satisfy his senses. So this training is missing in the modern day education, in the schools. That's why Prabhupada said it is a slaughterhouse education, slaughterhouse civilization, where one is not trained how to control the senses. And without training, it's difficult. So a trained grihastha can gradually give up household life and go to the forest to become increasingly enlightened in spiritual life and at last take sannyas. Main thing is devotion to Krishna, right? I mean, all these are there ultimately to regulate our material desires so that we can, as life moves on, we become a pure devotee. So, Prahlad Maharaj explained to his father that to be freed from all material anxieties, one should go to the forest. Hitvatmapatam grihamandakupam. One should give up this household, which is a place for going further and further down into the darkest region of material existence. Very difficult, right? Because there is attachment. And how can you give up children? And at a certain age, it doesn't have to be immediate, but at a certain age, like they say 50 years. Right? Considering our lifespan to be 100 years, 1/4, 1/4, 1/4, 1/4. At 50 years, one should try to become detached. But it has to start, like, it's not like suddenly you can become detached. So it has to start from the beginning. Like we say, enter Grihastha ashram with an exit strategy, right? So, means you can live with your, I mean, we cannot go to the forest, but you can live near a temple and serve in the temple. I know some devotees, like husband, wife, in New Jersey. There was Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu when I was living in Tobacco Temple, Yashomati Mataji. They were older people and they came and stayed in the temple to offer their services fully in the temple. And of course, Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu passed away. For those who know, in Tobacco, New Jersey. So, like that. Basically, the idea is that death is coming closer. So now I should become more Krishna conscious. I should give up my material desires. And it's not like I mean, we have to really give up because otherwise we'll go into next body. So that giving up is on us. Shastra is instructing. Why? Because we have free will. If everything was happening according to Krishna's will, and I don't have any free will, then there is no need for instruction. Then it's on autopilot, whatever is happening. No, because we have the freedom to give up our desires. We have the freedom. So the Shastra is instructing. Krishna is instructing. Sarva dharman parityajya mam ekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshishyami ma sucha. It's an instruction, right? Krishna is saying, man mana bhava mad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru. Always think of me, become my devotee. Satatam kirtayanto mam, chant my names. So it's an instruction to us, right? Prajahati yada kaman sarva partha manogatan. Give up all material desires born of mental concoction. So Krishna is telling us. And so, of course, now we have to first accept, yes, what Krishna is saying is correct. But then we can't do it on our own because he's instructing us, but we want to do it. That's the first thing. We want to do it, but because of our conditioning, we cannot do it. So that's where we pray to Krishna. We say, cry to Krishna. But we have to make effort, like Rukmini Krishna Prabhu was saying, right? Try and cry. Because your try is not going to be enough. Because you are deeply conditioned. So you have to try and cry simultaneously. Only crying without trying is also not. You have to try, of course, right? And cry. But our trying is not at all enough. So we have to cry. And if we really, really want it, then we'll cry, right? Sometimes if we really want something and we don't get it, we cry. If somebody wants a certain person as their spouse and they don't get that person, they cry. Oh, I didn't get the job, I didn't get this, I didn't win the lottery. But whatever, yeah. So the more the intensity of our desire to be that I am not Krishna conscious and I want to become Krishna conscious. This is all the prayers of the acharyas. They are crying. In one way they are crying. Because of their humility, dainya bhav. It creates a strain. You want something but you are not qualified to get it. So you cry. In material world also we cry like that. So the devotee feels that I am not qualified to get Krishna, but I want Krishna. I am not qualified to get Krishna. So the more hankering is there, then there will be crying. And crying doesn't mean tears will come. It may also happen, but the heart is crying. Heart is hankering. So, so one should give up his household, which is a place for going further and further down into the darkest regions of material existence. If it is Grihamedi life, that Grihastha life is for spiritual advancement, the first advice, therefore, is that one must give up household life, Grihamanda Kupam. Means this bodily conception of life where I am thinking, this is my family, this is my children, this is my husband, this is my wife. Like yesterday, we were hearing Bhakti Tirth Maharaj. the glories of Bhakti Tirth Maharaj. And he said, now I want to go into Nirjan Bhajan. Right? Of course, at the end, he wants to forget his identity, even as Bhakti Tirth Maharaj. This is also an identity pertaining to this, world. He was saying like that. Raghav Prabhu was. Yeah. So at some point, we say all these designations, these are not really mine. This is not who really I am. I am the husband of such and such. I am the wife of such and such. I am the father of such and such. But these are not the real designations. I am spirit soul. I am servant of Krishna. That's the real designation. So I want to be situated in that, my consciousness to be situated in that designation or the real thing. So I don't want to be identified with all this external things. So however, if one prefers to remain in the dark well, so that's what Prabhupada is saying here. However, if one prefers to remain in the dark well of household life because of uncontrolled senses, he becomes increasingly entangled by the ropes of affection for his wife, children, servant, house, money, and so on. Such a person cannot attain liberation from material bondage. Therefore, children should be taught from the very beginning of life to be first-class brahmacharis. Then it will be possible for them to give up household life in the future. To return home back to Godhead, one must be completely free of from material attachment. Therefore, Bhakti Yoga means Vairagya Vidya. Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yogam Shikshartameka Purusha Purana Shri Krishna Chaitanya Sharira Dhari Kripam Buddhiryastam Aham Prapadye. Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya, right, saying praise of Lord Chaitanya. Yeah, he's come to teach us Vairagya Vidya. And Nija Bhakti Yogam. Nija means one's own. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to teach us Bhakti Yoga, how to practice Bhakti Yoga to himself. Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yogam Shikshartam Eka Purusha Purana, to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Sharira Dhari. So this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Sri Krishna. He's come as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Kripam Buddhiryastam Aham Prapadye. Right? That is how it is. Kripam Buddhi. He's an ocean of mercy. Ambudhi. So, and I surrender myself to Prapadye, Lord Chaitanya.
There's another verse. Mahaprabhu Bhakta Ganera Vairagya Pradhan Yahan Dekhi Preeta Hoy Shri Gaura Bhagavan. Renunciation is a basic principle sustaining the lives of all devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sees renunciation in his devotees, he is extremely satisfied. He's talking about Raghunath Das Goswami.
Yeah, so one should be internally renounced. You may have house and things like that, but one should know that these are not things that are going to go with me. And of course, in the sannyas ashram, they practically show by example. But even many, Amrish Maharaj was also very renounced from within, although living in a palace. So therefore, Bhakti Yoga means Vairagya Vidya, the art that can help develop a distaste for material enjoyment. Vasudeve Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojitaha Janayatyasu Vairagyam Jnanam Chayada Hetukam. By rendering devotional service unto the personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world, because you get higher taste. So automatically lower taste goes away. But to get higher taste is not so easy, right? I mean, we know it's not so easy. You have to stop offenses first, because if you chant, and you will not get a higher taste. So offenses is also because of our anarthas, and anarthas are so deep rooted. And so how to give up? Then again we need Krishna's help. Right? We have to cleanse our heart through the process of devotional service, by reading Shastra, by reading Bhagavatam, by hearing, chanting. Main way is hearing, chanting. So if one engages in devotional service from the beginning of life, he easily attains Vairagya Vidya, or detachment, asakti and knowledge, and becomes Jitendriya, the controller of his senses. Yeah, you have to manage I was thinking like that, desires, controlling the senses, you have to control your desires, basically. because all these desires, they drive us to do things in this world and whatever. So desires have to be controlled. So desires are coming, so many desires are coming. Either you just don't consider those desires very seriously, or at a higher advanced stage, you don't even get the desires because you are in so much bliss of Krishna consciousness. So both ways, you don't act on those desires which are not favorable and which are distracting. Like when we are chanting, so many other thoughts will come, right, about so many other things. So these are not favorable, at least when I'm chanting. It may be in relation to Krishna, but I'm chanting now. So I'm supposed to chant. I'm supposed to be with Krishna, right? And think of Krishna, how the holy name is Krishna. So like that. So desires have to be controlled, managed. And then the mind can be controlled and all these things. So sometimes desires come with a great force, and it's very difficult to subdue those desires. But if one can do that, that's very glorious. That's a real hero. Jitendriya. Jitendriya means one who has conquered his senses. Prabhupada says, why is everybody bowing down to me? Why is everybody bowing? Because I'm free from lust. Then he said, no, it's not that. I have no time for. So anyhow, whichever way, you have to conquer the desires, material desires. And that is the biggest project of our life, to conquer material desires, to get over all these material desires and have spiritual, or dovetail it, right? I mean, you can dovetail your material desires into spiritual desires. Either you give it up or you dovetail it. If it's not going away, then you dovetail it. Like Prabhupada says, okay, the desire to associate with the opposite gender is strong, so you dovetail it in the Grihastha ashram. One thing is you give it up, but it may not be possible, so you dovetail it. And then it's also spiritual, right? Because iron rod, when it is in the fire for a long time, it also acts like fire. It's not different from fire. So a strong inclination for sense enjoyment is the cause of material body. Why we have got this material body? Because of unfulfilled desires from our past life, unfulfilled material desires from our past life. We got this material. Otherwise, Rishabdev says, we were not supposed to take on a material body and come here in this material world, in this prison, our house of God, to struggle like this. We were not supposed to be here, but we came here because we did not finish all our material desires in the last life. So we got another material body. So that's what Prabhupada is saying. A strong inclination for sense enjoyment is the cause of material body. Without full knowledge, one cannot be unattached to material enjoyment. Now he says a strong inclination. So does it mean if somebody has less inclination, he will not get a material body? So now we have got a material body, right? We got a material body. That means we had a strong inclination for sense enjoyment. But does it mean that if you have less, you will not know? He said already before. What did he say? To return home back to Godhead, one must be completely free from all material attachment. Means free from all material desires. He already said that, Prabhupada. So even if you have less, then also you will get. Okay. Therefore, Bhakti Yoga means Vairagya Vidya. The art can, I think we read this. Where are we?
We're on the last line.
Without full knowledge, one cannot be unattached to material enjoyment. So you have to have knowledge. And knowledge alone, intellectual conviction is one thing, but then we all need happiness, right? We need experience. So intellectual conviction combined with higher taste is the best combination. Then one can become. So first you have to have intellectual conviction to practice this process, right? Because day one you are not going to get big taste in spiritual life generally. Or initially we get because it's all new and we have not made many offenses. But or somebody may get because they have done it in their past life and they are just starting at a very high level and they get this Mahamantra. Like Jayapataka Maharaj said, when he first chanted, he chanted for 4 hours, the Mahamantra. And somebody gave him Prabhupada's beads by mistake. So he was chanting Prabhupada's beads. That's what he was saying. And the potency was there, it was Prabhupada's beads. But yeah, if you get taste, then this is what we want. Because if you want to go back to the spiritual world, now we have some taste, we have enjoyment. We have all to eat nice food and all these things. So many different tastes we have in this world. So we cannot artificially repress completely, right? Because it will not work. Of course, we can try, but then we have to also be peaceful, right? That's the thing. So if you're not peaceful, then you do what you have to do. And try to become Krishna conscious. Because the mind, suddenly it cannot be repressed. It has a momentum. And if you don't have higher taste, then we have to do what we have to do. It's a practical approach. Because otherwise, if we do more than our capacity to handle, then it will not work also. It can work. If Krishna's mercy is there, anything can happen. Anything can happen, right? But we have to also see where we are at and, so. But keeping the goal in mind, we want to move towards the goal. So I'm not there, and that is the ideal thing. So where my reality is and where the ideal situation is, where I want to be. So there is a gap. So we have to somehow close that gap. And it can be done immediately or it can be done slowly also. Generally it's a slow process because it's not so fast. But if somebody wants to take drastic, and that's what happens when you meet very great souls like Srila Prabhupada. Drastic things happen. It's like a bomb explosion happens. And suddenly the life completely changed of so many people. So, because he is a powerhouse, the Acharya is empowered, right? He's powerhouse. So when you come in contact with them, you get a shock. Powerhouse, and that shock burns away all the impurities. So, without full knowledge, one cannot be unattached to material enjoyment. But as long as one is not in that position, one is not fit to return home back to God. So one needs to have knowledge, and then we have to apply the knowledge in our day-to-day life, by which we get realization and taste. And that's what we want ultimately. Realization. Knowledge, yes, knowledge is very good, but it has to go from head to the heart. We say like that. Head to the heart. Means you actually start believing in this knowledge. It becomes like a part of you. It's like, this is the real thing. That's why many devotees and all of you are, you say, this is the real thing. Krishna consciousness is the real thing. All the other things are like secondary or illusory. This is the real thing. So, okay. And then when you feel like that, then you will not give up because you have great value for that real thing. Okay, you will not give it up. It's very valuable to you. Okay. So the more we have to appreciate how much we have been blessed with this knowledge of Krishna consciousness, and to get the right understanding is also not so easy. So it all comes by reading Srila Prabhupada's books, hearing from the devotees, right? All this. So, okay, so this is this verse. Now, all these verses are very strong verses. So, Prahlad is speaking. Of course, he's saying, I don't know if Prahlad, he became Grihastha later on.
Yeah, he had children.
He had children.
Now,
Yeah,
who's his
we have
child?
Virochan.
Not a devotee.
Yeah, Prahlad's son is
Yeah,
who? Virochan, right? Virochan's son is Bali. So he's speaking as a 5-year-old. But he also is married. And he had Virochan, who was a demon, right? And it's amazing how Prahlad's son became a demon. Prahlad is a Mahajan. And Virochan's son is who?
Bali Maharaj.
Bali Maharaj. He became a Mahajan. So devotional service, yeah, we may say, well, did Prahlad Maharaj not do Garbhatan Sanskar? How did he get a son like Virochan? Maybe we can ask ChatGPT. If Prahlad was a devotee, then why his son was a demon? Who can say? Is there
So
any?
we say Varaha Dev's and Bhumi Devi's son, Bhaumasur, became a demon. If God's child can become a demon, then what to talk about a conditioned soul? I mean, Prahlad Maharaj is a great devotee, Mahajan, but still, it is because of bad association.
Yeah, that
So powerful.
Narakasur, right?
He had association with Banasur,
Banasur.
who's Bali
So-
Maharaj's son.
Yeah. So, but Virochan also got bad association.
Not sure, but primarily that's the case.
Yeah.
This Banasur became very proud, and he did Vaishnava Prad to Lord Shiva. That's how he fell down. He had 1,000 arms, I think. Lord Shiva gave him to beat the drum so that Lord Shiva can dance when he plays the drum. Then he got very proud. Oh, I'm doing really nice. Then he thought, he told Lord Shiva, I have to fight with somebody. I don't see any more person who is more powerful than you. So let's have a good fight. So Lord Shiva became very angry with him. He did a Vaishnava Prad. So all this, even Samba, Krishna's children, and they did Vaishnava Prad, because of which Yadavas, they fought each other.
Yeah, so because everybody also comes with their own karma from Virochan's past life, what it was, and we don't know. So everybody is born in a certain situation. Of course, he was the son of Prahlad, but still,
So, I mean, it's not in our hands how our children can end up being, but when we say don't become a mother, don't become a father until you can deliver your dependence from the cycle of birth and death, we can try, but not necessarily the child will grow up to be a devotee, because there's free will for every jiva, and we cannot control anybody.
yeah. Okay, so it's always, you cannot say that I'm devotee, so my children will be devotees. That's not always true, and they have their own. And also another thing is, like, it's like so many others who became devotees, right? They were not born in devotee families. So. Okay. But then also there is all this Garbhatan Sanskar and all this is there, so that one can attract a particular soul. That we can try, but then it's not on the person's only endeavor, right? There's also many other factors besides that. Okay.
Also, as you were talking about dovetailing, like, okay, if you have attraction to the opposite gender, you can dovetail it by marriage, but ultimately we have to be frustrated. We have to be fried up from this material world, and the soul is looking for Krishna. That's what in the Krishna book George Harrison writes. Everybody is looking for Krishna. No one can match that expectation that we have from others, that they should be like this, they should do like this, and nobody can match. So ultimately all relationships lead to frustration. It's only an illusion that we think that this person will make me happy. I'm entering Grahastha Ashram so I can be happy. that's an illusion.
Yeah, it's there. And of course, because the demands of the body have to be met. So that's why people, I mean, yeah, get into instead of. The thing is, it's difficult also to be fried when you have a nice situation. Let's say both the husband and wife are getting along very well, right? And the children are also very obedient and very nice situation. So, so that also is difficult to get detached from that. But the husband and wife can live together and practice Krishna consciousness, right? There's so many devotees are there. And, I mean, there. If you're not getting along with your spouse, it's easier. But if it's going great, then it's difficult to. But at some point, there should be no like bodily relationship, and it's done, or it's not in vanaprastha ashram, and so like that. Okay.
Yeah, very rare cases when things are going.
Huh?
No, I'm saying very rare cases when as Mataji was saying, children are obedient, wife is submissive, and all that. These days, you won't find that because you do see, like not just in USA but even in India, there are a lot of breakups and all that. The culture is getting on the downward trend now.
Prabhupada said, yeah, Prabhupada said about his disciples, yeah, all the Western disciples, because the family bond was not strong, so they could surrender themselves and they could join the temple and they could like spread Krishna consciousness very vigorously. Right? He wanted to get Indians to also join when he was in India. He advertised in the newspaper that, please send if you have some children, one son you can send and he can help me in propagating. I will provide for the lodging and boarding, but because in Indian families the family bond is very strong. So he said, yeah, they could not, nobody responded basically. But in West, because he said this is an advantage also because you can take up spiritual life. He was saying in one class, Prabhupada was saying. It has both positive and negative things, but when it is not strong, then okay, children can be misguided and they can go into bad situation. But they all can also take up spiritual life, and the parents they allow that because there is not so much. They don't try to control their children's life till they become adult and everything they give. So they could surrender and so many things. Yeah. So that is also this is also the age of quarrel, right? We are in the age of quarrel and disagreement. A quarrel happens because of disagreement, right? And it's age of quarrel. So there is because of disagreements. There's a lot of breakups and all these things. And in that way, also it helps because you lose your desire for all these things because it doesn't work and it's not. Then you turn to Krishna. Like in distress, mostly people come in distress to Krishna. So when there is some distress in life because of relationships and all these things, then that's an opportunity to take shelter of Krishna. Okay. So what's the time? Okay, we'll stop here.
I posted a lecture of Anand Vrindavan Prabhu from the Party Temple. He's talking about Grahastha life, but he's telling his heart what he went through in his life. So he's a very nice devotee, and his talks are always from the heart. So I like this. He's talking about detachment.
Yeah, some people have a difficult life, and some people have, like Prabhupada had a difficult life. Some devotees have a nicer.
He had a nice wife, but he understood that I'm getting more and more entangled in family life.
I want to get out. So he planned for it. He planned for his retirement at the age of 50 or like that. He does financial planning, and he understood that, he thought that, with children and all, it just gets more and more entangled. He's saying he wants to get out, but it was difficult. But he planned it out with Radhanath Maharaj's guidance.
Yeah, so the thing is, money is a big factor, right? Also, that's some people can have something so they can retire early, and some people because they don't have enough. So money is also a factor, right? Actually, if you stay in a temple or something, your needs can be met easily. You get prasadam, you'll get some maintenance, and you can and they'll provide your basic needs and things like that. If demands are not much, it can be very simple life to live. But only thing is you have to be comfortable in that environment to live. Like so many brahmacharis are living, right, in the temple. They're not making any money or anything, but their needs are provided, right, and they're preaching and traveling and doing this. So you don't need much big planning also in one sense. If you are ready to live a very simple life and you do some service, they'll give you prasadam. You need prasadam, and of course now healthcare is there, another issue, right? Healthcare and all these things. And it's getting more and more complex, the healthcare. But in our temple, I think here in America, I don't know how it works, but without insurance, the emergencies have to be treated. But anyway, at some point, healthcare or no healthcare, you have to die, right? At some point. So when one is very fearless, then one can just surrender. Okay, anyway, I have to die, whether healthcare or no healthcare, right? So there's a certain mentality for renunciation, right? You have to be very.
Yeah, but you are talking about one group of people, brahmachari. Okay, householder also, if you intake in the temple, they have to see for the family. Like if the child is sick, if they're not able to do their temple services.
No, I'm not talking about household life. This is about retired vanaprastha life.
Retired life.
Yeah, vanaprastha life, not household life. Yeah, householder life is difficult.
Then it makes
You're talking about
because for them, they have to go earn and they have to look after family.
Correct. Okay. We say Prabhupada built a house in which the whole world can live, right? They say like that. So, next, okay, we have finished at 8 o'clock. Okay, we can now hear if anybody like to say anything, or we're done with our Bhagavatam. So we can read, or if you like to share anything, or any songs you want to sing, or any realizations you want to share.
Prabhuji, I just want to mention that you say that even less desire will give you another body. So it looks like there is no way out.
No, you desire. We are not saying you have to be free from desires. We have to say free from material desires. You can have all spiritual desires. Actually, if we fill our life with spiritual desires, then material desires will become less. That's more like the more we fill our life with spiritual desires, then there is less room for material desires. So that's what we have to have desires. We cannot be desireless, but like that. So if I plan, like, okay, how I'm going to serve Krishna today, what am I going to do, like whatever, I'm going to chant more rounds, or I'm going to do this, or even my job, I'm going to do my job in a Krishna for Krishna, right? I'm going to use my job to serve, or at job you can also meet some other people and you can give them Bhagavad Gita or talk about Bhagavad Gita or something, whatever. So we cannot become desireless, but we can always fill our life with many spiritual desires. Like Prabhupada had this great desire of how to spread Krishna consciousness. She was always thinking about,
So still you will get another body though, right?
No, because if you have ultimately if you have only spiritual desires, then you go back to the spiritual world. See, even if you have material desires, they are like you're not. If you don't act on it, it will go away at some point because the spiritual desires will give you spiritual happiness, and then the material desires will appear very insignificant, and maybe you will just. So then you will become free from material desires. As spiritual desires increase, material desires decrease.
Also, I mean, there is a fine line also. Let's say somebody did not get a husband who's spiritual and she's thinking that, oh, I would want to have a husband like this and a family of devotees like this. So that will bring you back to this material world where you may have such a situation. You will not be able to go back home, back to Godhead. Even though that may be a spiritual kind of a desire, I want to have a spiritual husband or spiritual children. For in this life, I did not get that.
But they do have, family in spiritual world as well, right? Husband and wife, they're serving together. That's what I heard as well. Isn't that true?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but the inherent thing is, the spiritual desires means everything for the pleasure of Krishna. It's not about me. My family should be like this, my surroundings should be like. It is about Krishna. I want to serve Krishna. And in that family life in the spiritual world, everybody is serving Krishna. But, I mean, that life is also not bad where everybody is a devotee around you and you have a devotee husband, devotee children. But it's in the material world still. So you should be thinking, I want to be in the spiritual world with Radha and Krishna. Not, I want to be in the material world with this. That is what was there. Krishna and Sutapa asked for a child. I want to have a child like you, Krishna. Instead of saying, I want to be in the spiritual world with you as my child. No. In this material world, I want a child like you, and they had to take 3 births.
So, spiritual, I mean, ultimately how much you are attached to Krishna, that's basically how much you will fit in that environment in the spiritual world, right? How much you are doing the activities of spiritual world here in this world. And that is what will make you, then when you die, it's like the same environment, right? Because you're doing the same thing as you are doing in the spiritual world. You are in the material world, you are doing the same thing. So you'll completely fit in that environment. That's how I also see it. Like there, what do we do there? There are so many things there in the spiritual world, but centered around Krishna and like that. So
So dovetailing has a thing about my enjoyment. Dovetailing is not pure devotion. Like as you said, I want to eat pizza, so I'll offer it to Krishna and eat it. Right? It's not pure devotion. I don't care. Whatever comes to me, I will eat it, and it would be simple. I don't want to even think about eating because my focus is on Krishna. And I will cook only like whichever takes like very less time so that I don't spend time cooking and I'm chanting more. So that is pure devotion.
No, but for Krishna,
right?
you should cook nicely. That's also there. If Krishna, you can cook very elaborate. But you may take a little bit.
Look at Sanatan Goswami and all these, we are talking about renunciation here. As we get more renounced, we don't care how we are dressed. We don't care what we are given to eat. That is not on our mind. Those are lower things. As we get advanced more, those thoughts should.
We say all enjoyment for Krishna, nothing for me. Right? That's basically the.
If you are a grahastha and you have a family, you are cooking. You cook very nicely for Radha and Krishna. You offer them. But if you are brahmacharis don't do elaborate cooking for Krishna. They live very simple lives. And same with vanaprastha and sannyasis.
We don't know in the temple how they are cooking for Radha Krishna and what the brahmacharis are eating, but I don't know. When I was living, they were cooking nicely. Of course, nice is something like for me. Khichdi is also very nice food, right? I like khichdi. So it is like even khichdi is a very nice.
So temple environment is different.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
so
I'm talking about
brahmachari is
the
living in a
rules.
temple. I'm saying brahmachari living in a temple. So
You can be a brahmachari living in your home. It doesn't have to be in the temple.
no. What I'm saying is that
Brahmachari
there are
means
many
he has taken the
brahmacharis who are
vow.
eating very nicely in the temple. They're living, but
Yeah. So
they are getting nice.
what does Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says about eating very nicely?
Yeah.
And what is that verse? To
Balona
Raghunath
balona
Das.
khaibe balona.
Bhalo na khaibo, bhalo na paribo.
Yeah.
If you're eating very nicely, always giving tasty items to your tongue and belly and genitals will not be in control.
Yeah.
You have to eat simple food without masalas and very simple food if you have to focus on Krishna or advance in thinking of Krishna.
Yeah,
you
and
have to get
that
your
see there is a yeah, that is true. Ideal is that like how we are just. I mean, when Advaita Acharya cooked so much for Chaitanya, I mean, he was offering to Jagannath, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "I bow down my head at the feet of such a person who cooks so many elaborate items for Krishna." So I take the dust of his feet on my head. So Advaita, so for Krishna's enjoyment, and then we may take a little bit, like, right? That's for Krishna's enjoyment, you can do. You can dress Krishna very opulently, right? You can dress him, you can feed him very nicely, you can dress him very opulently. But for me, I will just take a little like that. So
yeah, that's right. That's what I've heard. Like, if you want to decrease your, the desires of the tongue, what you should cook very elaborately for the deities, and you should give it out to the devotees and eat a little bit out of it, very tiny little bit you eat from it. So in that way, your future you become more detached from the tongue desires.
and if you can't do it, at least take prasadam instead of There's different levels, right? So depending on your level of where you are at, and if it's becoming like okay, I cannot do it, I cannot. This is ideally renounce. Everybody should be renounced, but if we can't do it, right, then if we artificially renounce,
exactly.
then it will be.
That's what I'm saying. The dovetailing is a middle layer. It's not pure devotion, but you have to get to pure devotion through the process of dovetailing.
Yeah.
That's not the end of it. Just keep dovetailing. You have to rise above that. And this is also Saras Bhojan, Neeras Bhajan. And Neeras Bhojan, Saras Bhajan.
And another way to look at it is how internally you are attached to those things also. I mean, so Prabhupada would live in a palace sometimes, very nice. And sometimes he would live in a hut. He was not, he lived with, who was that in Orissa? Gaur Govind Swami, right? Gaur Govind Swami. So he was not attached. Sometimes if you get this, okay, I'll use this for Krishna. If you don't get this, okay, I'll use this. So there is no like complaining or anything like that. Whatever is coming, if I have to stay here, I'll stay here. If I have to stay here. So that was the mood of Prabhupada. Sometimes he would travel in a very nice way, sometimes not. Sometimes, he was doing so much. So so it is not also being attached. Like Ambrish Maharaj, we say he's detached. He had everything, but internally he was detached, and that showed. It was showing when Durvasa Muni attacked. His dependence on Krishna showed. So although Durvasa Muni was.
But at the same time, Krishna can send temptations in our life, sends gratificatory things.
Yeah.
We won't say, okay, I should be satisfied. This is coming by Krishna's mercy. I should accept this.
No,
that time also we can say no.
No, that is true. Obviously, we can't. Maya also sends. It's not that Krishna is sending everything. Maya also sends. Maya also.
Whatever comes my way, I'll be satisfied.
Maya.
So that is also tricky because we have to discriminate.
Like for Haridas Thakur, that Maya Devi herself came, right? So, and the prostitute also came like that. So everything that is coming in life of a devotee, it has to see whether it is coming from Krishna or it is coming from Maya Devi. Because Maya also is testing us, right? That, okay, whether you are, and in this way, she wants us to make more determined also. She wants us to become more determined. So there are some failures can happen. So out of that failure, we become more determined. We learn our lesson. So Maya is also Krishna's devotee, but she also was helping us in that way to move closer to Krishna, or to see how strong you are. Okay, you are saying you are speaking very nice things, but let's see how strong you are. Here is a test. So that's also like we have to know that. So that ability to distinguish also, that intelligence, and whether this is Krishna's arrangement or is it Maya's arrangement, what it is, we have to take help of Guru, Sadhu, Shastra, and Krishna's Chaitya Guru in the heart will also, tell us so many things. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I think I was going to speak less, but I ended up speaking. But it's all your turn now to say whatever you want to say, and you want to sing a song, or anybody like to share anything.
I have a song.
Okay.
So yesterday he was talking about Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was revealed his spiritual form. What is that called?
Swarup Siddhi.
Siddha. Swarup Siddhi. Yeah. So, I mean, we have great devotees like that. So in this song also Bhakti Vinod Thakur is talking about his Siddha Swarup. Yeah. Siddha Lalasa. देखीते देखीते भोली बवा कभी निज स्थूला परिचोया नयने हिरिबो ब्रजपुर शोभा नित्य चिदानंद मोया वृषभानुपुरे जन्म लइबो यावते विवाह बे ब्रज गोपी भाव होए बे स्वभाव अनुभव नरहिबे निज सिद्ध देहा निज सिद्ध नामा निज रूप स्ववसाना राधा कृपा बोले लोभी बवा कबे कृष्ण प्रेम प्रकराना यमुना सलीला आहारणे घिया भुजिबो युगल रसा प्रेम मुक्त होए पागलिनु प्राय गाइबो राधार यशा हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So I just made up the tune for this. Translation. When will I be able to leave this plane of my gross bodily identity far behind? Within a split second, I will completely forget about all these false external affairs and behold the exquisite beauty of the transcendental realm of Braj, which is completely paraded with eternal conscious bliss. I shall then take birth in Barsana, the town of King Vrishabhanu, and I will be married nearby in the town of Yavat. My sole disposition and character shall be that of a simple cowherd girl, and I shall not know any other mode. I shall obtain my own eternal spiritual body, transcendental name, and specific type of beauty and dress for the pleasure of Krishna. And when, by the power of Sri Radha's causeless mercy, will I be allowed entrance into the pastimes of divine love of Krishna? As I go with a water pot on my head to draw water from the Yamuna river, I shall cherish remembrance of the mellows of conjugal love that unite Sri Radha and Krishna. Thus, being enchanted by their divine love, I will madly sing the glories of Sri Radha, just like a raving lunatic. So, as we were talking about Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, he wants to forget everything about his gross body, even his identity as a guru. So, ultimately, this is that we have to forget everything about our body and bodily relationships and everything I, me, and mine concept. Leave behind that to go into the spiritual world. I think they say that there's 7 layers around this material world, right? This earth, water, fire, air, ether.
Each 10 times thicker than the other. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is surrounding this material world, and you have to cross all of that. And Vaitarani river also to go to the spiritual world. So,
And
yeah.
the process is pure devotional service to Krishna, right? To come to that, whichever this gross, to live this bodily is to engage in devotional service, right? How to come to that platform.
Sarvapati vinirmuktam tatparatvena nirmalam Rishikeshana seva.
Rishikesha sevanam bhakti
Rishikesha sevanam bhakti ruchyate. Yeah, so that is it. Sarvapadi vinirmalam. All upadhis need to be given up by the process of bhakti, engaging all our senses in the senses engaging all of our senses for the pleasure of Rishikesh, who is the master of all our senses. And then the result is that we'll be freed from all material designations and our senses will be purified, and then we'll be able to see the spiritual world. We can still see the spiritual world right now, but our senses are not pure enough. Premanjana churita bhakti vilochanena shantasvati viridayeshu vilokayanti yam shama sundar achinta guna surupam govindam adi purusham tamaham bhajami. Only our eyes need to be anointed with the love of Krishna. Then we'll be able to see Krishna right away and see the spiritual world. Tene Brahma Hridaya Adi Kavi. When Brahmaji got that knowledge from within the heart, he was meditating on Krishna. The whole spiritual world was revealed to him. So it can also be revealed to us. That's why devotees, pure devotees are gone. They go into samadhi where they are into the pastimes of Radha and Krishna and serving them, and they have gotten their spiritual body. And that's how we see Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. They have told their spiritual form in the their Siddha form in the spiritual world is that of a Manjari, a little girl that like girls like 10, 11 years old, they help Radha and Krishna unite and serve them. So many services. So all this, so the Surga was revealed to them. They are anyways from the spiritual world. We can say we are all from the spiritual world, right? We are also all from the spiritual world. And they were also from the spiritual world. But yeah, of course, they are maybe Nitya Siddhas, we are Nitya Baddhas. But we are meant to be in the spiritual world, and we have a Siddha Swarup. And some devotee was saying that we can take 5 forms or 7 forms at the same time. We can be in multiple leelas of Krishna because there are different planets. In some planet, conjugal pastimes are going on. Some planet, Krishna's childhood pastimes are going on where he's doing butter stealing. So whichever pastimes we want to participate in, we can go to multiple spiritual planets. Or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes, we can go to this Navadvip spiritual world. So like that, it's all based on our based on our desires, yeah, and that should be our only desire. There should be no other desire. That's why it is called Anya Bhilashita Shunyam. Only desire. Our only desire is to be with Radha and Krishna. I don't have any other desire. So within a split second, I will completely forget about these external affairs of this world and enter this spiritual world, which is of exquisite beauty. What our soul is seeking for, Ananda, that is only possible when we are a pure devotee. Whether we are in this material world or we are in the spiritual world, we'll get that a pure Ananda. Then we are a pure devotee. So Bhakti Vinod Thakur said, I want to take birth in Barsana Dham. And I want to, in the same town as Radharani. Radharani stays there with her parents. This is before she gets married and goes to Yavat. She stays in Barsana. And I'll be married nearby town of Yavat, so that's where Radharani is married. But Barsana Dham is where Radha and Krishna meet. So even when Radharani goes to Yavat, she comes back to Barsana Dham, some jhulan, something for so many pastimes. She wants to come and meet Krishna there. So, and then when we have a particular inclination or a particular relationship with Radha and Krishna, then you want to serve them in that bhav. So there's a lot of this Mahanidhi Swami on his website has a lot of Manjari meditations. Of course, we should not imitate, but if that bhav is coming to you naturally, you can go through those meditations and in your heart while chanting also. That is called Manasi Seva. You can do those sevas in your mind. That is a wonderful way of absorbing your mind. And your whole chanting session of 2-3 hours can go by just doing service to Radha and Krishna in the mind. And he has a lot of such meditations that I'm massaging the feet of Radha and Krishna. I'm decorating them, just like how they do in deity worship. They decorate Radha and Krishna. So the whole meditation can be about decorating the kunja for their meeting and cooking so many items for them and decorating them, offering flower garlands to them, offering betel nuts, doing the chamar service, doing the washing of the feet service, throwing flowers on them. All of this can be done, and the mind is so absorbed, there's no way it can be distracted. So yeah, I mean, pure devotees do these kind of meditations and samadhi. They go into samadhi. Who was that that went into samadhi and he was not even coming out because he was finding out there's in the samadhi Radharani had lost her anklet and it had gone into Yamuna. Srinivas Acharya. Yeah, Radharani had lost his anklet and this Srinivasacharya went into samadhi in his manjari form. He is diving into Yamuna and trying to find the anklet. He is not finding, he is not coming out of samadhi, so people think he has died. But then his disciple goes in and finds, and then they both come back into reality. So this is how the devotees, pure devotees, are doing their chanting meditation. So yeah, we should think, when will I attain my Siddha Swarup, my own eternal spiritual body, my name, and I will be dressed like this for the pleasure of Krishna. So that's what it is. The main thing is for the pleasure of Krishna, not anything for me, nothing for me, everything for Radha and Krishna. And when will I be allowed into the pastimes of divine love of Krishna? So that is called Lalasa. So this song is called Siddhi Lalasa. Lalasa means greed, intense greed. And that's the only price to enter into the spiritual world. When will I get a chance to serve them personally and be in the pastimes and be in the wonderful realm of Vrindavan? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur saying, I will get a water pot on my head, I will go to Yamuna and drink water for Radha and Krishna. And I'll be able to see their conjugal pastimes, how Radha and Krishna are uniting. That is the only thing that is in the mind of all these manjaris. How can we unite Radha and Krishna? They are the hero and heroine. We are all supporting cast. So in this material world, we want to be the center. We want to be the hero and heroine. That is the problem. How can we go to the spiritual world where Radha and Krishna are the hero and heroine? So she says, I will madly sing the glories of Radha and I will become a mad person, a raving lunatic. So yeah, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was like this. He was crying and dancing and jumping and all the Ashtasatvika Vikar. Somebody may think he has, what other people were saying, he has epilepsy or some disease, has he gone crazy? From the material perspective, they will say like that, but the spiritual ecstasy is like that. So anything anybody wants to add?
Vasudev Prabhu, you would like to say something? Or Preeti, Veena, Tina. Kyle is there on the call also. Charuta. Sonia has come back after some time. Okay, looks like nobody's there or they don't want to comment anything. Janish is also there. Kyle is there.
Hare Krishna. Good morning. I just wanted to say that let's see if we can share. I don't know if we can.
Yeah, we can. Sorry. Yeah, we can see you. This is your workplace?
Yeah, you're
Something I can see in the background. You want to say anything or ask?
I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle, for joining us. Okay. Anybody else? Krishna Prasad. Okay. So nobody like to say anything else? Manish, Goel Prabhu, Neha, Sonia, Vasudev, Tina, Preeti. You want to say anything? Preeti unmuted, but I don't know. We cannot hear you anything. Say. Sridhar Priya Prabhu, you want to say anything?
No problem. Yeah. Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome
Yes,
back
I'm
after
just.
some time. You came back after some time. Welcome back.
Yes, I was in India.
Oh, you got to go to India even in midst of this war.
Yes, thanks to Krishna. Yes, I got a good chance to go to India and come back. I was there for about 8-9 days.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I got a chance to see the temple in Bangalore, Vaikunta Hills.
Oh, okay, nice. That's a very big temple, right? Very nice and
yeah, it's beautiful. Yes, it is really. We also went to it, right?
no.
Was
we
it the
did,
same temple?
No, we went to another one. Yeah,
There are two.
we were supposed to go there, Vaikunta Hill. This is actually belonging to the other group, I think. But yeah,
No, Vaikunta Hills belongs to the Ritviks, or
yeah.
we went there.
No, that is one that's west of Cord Road. That is one temple where we.
So there are two temples
Oh,
that
there,
belong
yeah,
to.
correct. Yeah, and there will be more. I don't know, but this is they say is very, like very gorgeous. Yes.
Yeah, actually on a hill, and it's beautiful. The ambience is very nice, and the
This is the
deities
one.
are,
Yeah.
and they have a Balaji
Mhm.
temple also inside the deity inside the temple, which I was seeing for the first time, but it's again very nice.
Yeah.
They're building so great temples in Vrindavan also. They've built a very big temple.
Yeah. Radha Krishna Chandra.
Yeah, hopefully. Usually we don't have Hanuman in ISKCON temple.
Hanuman.
They have.
No, we have on the altar. Ram Lakshman Sita.
Ram Lakshman Sita Hanuman we have. See, but is there Ram there?
Where?
Lakshman.
No,
Yeah.
this may be
There's
just
only
like a
Hanuman.
deity separately. It's not. I mean, like
There is a small Hanuman deity just by itself also. Yeah. Yeah. See,
Like-
in ISKCON temple there is Ram Lakshman Sita Hanuman.
Garuda also is there. Garuda is there in Mayapur.
Jagannath. Mayapur also. Jagannath Puri also.
Also, they have this Garuda and Hanuman. Even in Detroit temple, they have Garuda and Hanuman separately.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, next time we'll go this place. Vaikunta Hill. Okay.
So, Prabhuji, I just want to mention that, when you were in Florida for 3 days,
Yeah.
for Bharat Prabhu's, initiation,
Yeah.
Preeti used to take the classes, and it was so wonderful. She gave such a, but now I don't hear her voice.
Yeah, she's going to give class on Queen Kunti. She was supposed to give on Sunday, but I forgot. So I think we have to fix up a time when she can speak on.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's going to give a class, Queen Kunti.
All right.
Yeah, I think we forgot to appreciate, but she used to take really nice classes and it was really wonderful.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pri. I don't know if she's there in the call, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. I just, this week I'm a little busy because I have some meetings. I'm going like multiple things. Thank you so much. I mean, and just whatever I said, it's like it's all hearing from Prabhuji and Mataji's from this call because I have attended this call regularly before. So it's nothing new.
Yeah, we have nothing is ours. Everybody is repeating what we have heard from Srila Prabhupada, and that's our parampara, right? We have to just repeat what we have heard and realize that, of course, not just repeat, but ultimately it's all coming from Krishna, which is not our own knowledge. That's one way they say that you should not be proud because you are repeating what you have heard from the great acharyas and so there is what is there to be proud about anything. So that way I feel like that, yeah, I'm just repeating. It's not, Bhagavad Gita was not spoken by me, it was spoken by Krishna. So yeah, that is how we should do. That's perfect. And everybody can add their realization and you can give some analogies and things like that. Okay, to make it more presentable, understandable. Prabhupada gives so many analogies. So, okay, so anybody else like to say anything? It's already 8:20.
We had the affirmations, we did not finish yesterday.
Oh,
We did not do that.
okay. Okay, so who would like to read?
I can read.
Okay.
I regularly reflect on the quality of my japa with the intention of correcting bad japa practices and implementing good practices in order to be able to consistently chant good japa. So every day we should reflect, how was my japa today? Was my mind distracted? If so, was I able to control it? Was I able to bring it back? Was I feeling sleepy? What sorts of things were coming to my mind when I was chanting? Why were they in my mind? Tomorrow they should not be. Or what can I do to have a good japa session tomorrow? How can I prepare? And how can I correct all the issues that I faced today? So unless we do that, we can keep on doing bad japa for millions of lifetimes. We will not get love for Krishna. That is our endeavor that Krishna is seeing. That brings up to Nama Bhas chanting. Endeavor to chant nicely. When Krishna is pleased with our efforts, our endeavors, then he will raise us to Shuddha Nam platform. Pure chanting. And then ecstasy will experience ecstatic symptoms as devotees do. Or we will also experience Krishna, realization of Krishna, detachment in our heart, renunciation as we were discussing, freeing ourselves from all anxieties and material desires and being a very joyful devotee. Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma Na Shochati Na Kankshiti. If we want to be like that, then it starts from here, reflecting on our japa and trying to improve it. Next page. In our japa retreats, every morning we reflect on the previous day's japa. What went well? What didn't go well? What was my experience of the holy name? What did I learn so that I can improve? Unfortunately, it is possible to chant for decades and not improve much, or at all, or even get worse. So if we're not feeling taste in chanting, it is possible that our rounds will get decreased and we may stop it also. So if our chanting is going down, yesterday I chanted more rounds, today less, and further less, this means that this should be alerting me. This should be an alert to me. Oh, I'm being fallen now. There's something, I'm falling down in my consciousness. My japa rounds are decreasing. And if you don't get taste in japa, that's what it will happen, because everything that we do is for taste. And we're not feeling any bliss in doing some activity, ultimately we'll drop it. So we should feel taste should be increasing. That means that our japa is working well, our taste is increasing, our rounds are increasing. Prabhupada says, how do you know that you chanted good rounds? You don't want to stop. You want to keep going. That's how it shows that you chanted nicely today. There may be many reasons for this, but reflection can prevent this from happening. Many of our problems continue to exist because we don't acknowledge them. Confront them and deal with them. Yeah, there can be disturbance in our mind from several things, and that disturbance keeps going day after day because we are not taking time to resolve it. And we should not be comfortable with that disturbance in our mind. Or some devotee I'm angry to, or some material desire in my heart. I'm not concerned about it, and these things keep going in my mind and keep disturbing me in my chanting. We should not be okay with that. We should resolve it. Nip it in the bud, as we say. Have you ever chanted poorly? Were aware of it, did nothing to improve your rounds, and worse, did not reflect on why your rounds were bad and how you could improve them the next day? Reflection means we acknowledge our mistakes and confront the reality of what to do about them. No one likes confrontation, and it is human nature to resist change. But if we are not gradually trying to consciously improve our japa, shying away because it's difficult, or thinking, my japa will naturally improve. Let me just keep going this mechanical way of chanting and I'll get better naturally. Unless you correct things, you may be practicing wrong, and bad practice leads to further bad practice only. We might just find ourselves 20 years from now chanting okay japa at best. And possibly chanting worse japa than today. So I was reflecting. I started joining these calls 10 years back. That's when I started doing my chanting. And I was like, 10 years have passed since I'm chanting. And I'm still not at the level of chanting nicely. I was reflecting. So many years can pass. 20 years can pass.
Still tears are not coming to your eyes and hairs are not standing on end?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what it is saying. Time passes very fast, and some devotees have been chanting for 40, 50 years. So, we need to reflect so that we don't end up we don't think 20 years back I started chanting, I'm at the same level or even worse. And from everything our Shastras and Acharyas say about... Next.
1 minute.
Japa. We understand that we don't become Krishna conscious by chanting bad japa. What do we say? Harer nameva kevalam. This is the only way. 3 times Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying, by which we can advance in our Krishna consciousness. We cannot go back to the spiritual world chanting bad japa. The more you learn about how to improve your japa, the better equipped you will be to self-reflect on improving your japa. The simple question of what am I doing wrong and what can I do better can make all the difference in the world. We really need to see that we are gradually and steadily improving, and reflection is a necessary part of this process. So I need to reflect on and take some corrective measures. Just sharing a personal example of a corrective measure that I took. Because when initially when I start chanting, it's going good. But after some time, I feel a little sleepy. So, I've started to stand while chanting now. So it's much better. When I'm standing, I feel less sleepy. So that's one corrective measure that I took. Anybody would like to share any corrective measures that they have taken in their japa practices?
I can share one thing.
Same, Mataji. I also, feel sleepy after a few rounds, and then I stand or walk in the basement and chant.
Yeah.
Also, chanting loudly as well. It helps, so we need to listen. I tend to chant quietly at times, in whispers, but because at times kids are sleeping, but I just try to go in a different room and read a bit loudly that I can at least hear what I'm saying. And then also with closed eyes, I've developed this habit of chanting with closed eyes. But at times, when you're sitting, closed eyes, after 6-7 rounds, you tend to feel really sleepy, and then you're chanting, sleeping for some time, again chanting. That happens to me. So yeah, again, better to chant with eyes open, focusing on Krishna's picture or his lotus feet. That's what I'm trying to develop now.
Even walking and standing, right? Even if you close your eyes, you would not fall asleep, but unless you're very tired. But yeah, if you get up and chant, that's fine. That's what I do.
Yeah, I don't get much sleep. Sleep late and waking up early, so it doesn't go.
That's a habit that needs to be changed. I need to work on this. We need to sleep early because we need to prepare ahead for a good japa session. We have to sleep early and fix the time, and that is discipline. If you don't follow it, I will fall asleep while sleeping. While chanting.
I had the similar experience like Janice Prabhu had, after 1 hour I feel sleepy. So now I come up with some different strategy. When I feel sleepy, I stand up and stand on one leg and do japa. and do japa like Dhruv Maharaj was doing tapasya. And then I lose my balance and I wake up, so... So that's a good way to stay.
How can you stay on one leg for a long time?
No. It's not like switching the legs, so not long time. If I'm falling, then I can hold on to the chair, or something like that. But that way I have created my balance also now, much better than it used to be.
Yeah, but you have to be careful, Prabhu. Should not fall.
Yeah.
Prabhu,
You will higher chance of seeing Krishna.
Yeah, Vishnu will come, Prabhu, for you, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm waiting for that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
don't forget
Preeti
us,
want-
Prabhuji, if you see. Yeah.
All right.
Put a
Preeti wanted
good word.
to say something?
Yeah, I was saying that, but I try that. First thing that I always mostly I try to take a bath because I just want to whenever I feel like that I'm not feeling energetic or something, then I always, usually mostly I took a bath. I have a picture of mantra, Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So I keep it in front of me, and mostly I used to see that mantra. And with that state of mind, I use that this mantra brings me everything. So I'm just giving 1 minute talk to myself that this is going to give me everything, all my peace, all my everything. It's gonna reveal me. So I have to give so much importance to this 4 line, Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And I keep looking at that, and I always sit in front of my deities and turn on all the lights. So all the lights and took a bath, and I always sometimes after that also when I feel sleepy, I keep having water with me. So I just spray some water, drink some water. So that helps me to do that. And Janice was saying that I don't try to do with eye closed when I feel sleepy or tired. I always try to keep my eyes open and chant by looking at the mantra.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, so there are these japa affirmations we have been posting. So Sometimes I look into these japa affirmations if my mind needs some absorption. You can read one of these prayers and be reminded, like this one affirmation that we just read. If you read this, you will be reminded of, let me see how my chanting is going. Let me reflect on how my last round was, and I need to correct it. So this book by Mahatma Das Prabhu is very nice. So just reading the 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 translation, the beginning of this affirmation. Don't need to read the whole thing, but just the affirmation. Like the first affirmation we read, I'm the most fortunate person in the universe because I have the holy name. And Krishna is giving me this time. As we were discussing in the home program, everybody, most people in this world, 99.9% of the people, are running after roti, kapada, makan. Let me, work really hard so that I have something to eat and some place to live and something to wear on my body. Right? So this is most of the people's situation in this world. But Krishna has put us in such a fortunate situation. We have gotten the association of devotees and we have the time to take out some time of our life and do chanting of the holy name. Very rarest of the rare situation. So I should not waste my time and should not think about so many other things. So thanking Krishna for coming to me in the form of the holy name. So that's the first affirmation. Like that, you can read the affirmation, you can be reminded of some nice, reflections and realizations that you can chant with. Of course, we talked about the salt, adding salt to chanting. S stands for sorry, repentance, and regretting what all wrong things that I have done in life. So that is repentance is a good mood. Krishna, I have forgotten you for millions of lifetimes, but this lifetime I want to turn towards you. Please accept me. Although I am not qualified, I have lots of bad qualities. I have lust, anger, greed, pride, illusion, envy, all anarthas within me, but still you accept me. So like that, S stands for sorry, and A stands for asking for spiritual desires. Service, basically. I want to be engaged in your service. Listening attentively, L, and T for thanking Krishna. So all these things, we hear again and again. So we may be reminded, yes, today for a few rounds, I want to say thank you to Krishna for all things that he has done in my life. And after that, four rounds on sorry Krishna, repentful mood, like that. You can plan, and in this way you can improve some thoughts. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you, everybody, for sharing. Okay.
You didn't share, Prabhuji.
Prabhu is doing perfect chanting. He has nothing to.
No.
That's true then.
I have to.
That's why I sit next to him when I chant. I feel my round's going better when I'm around him.
No. I'm trying to chant nicely so that I can hear the holy name. I'm in presence of Krishna. I try to feel like that. And Radharani, looking at Radha Madhav. So that's what my try. My mind goes everywhere. So that's like I'm trying. Every mantra, like I like Bhurijan Prabhu's Japa book. So he says every mantra is a new effort to again connect with Krishna. So new determination, new effort. So like that. Okay. So maybe we'll read a little bit about Jhulan Yatra. As you were saying, Jhulan Yatra. I can read because we have 10 minutes. One of the most popular events in the holy town of Vrindavan, India, where Lord Krishna appeared 5,000 years ago, is the celebration of Jhulan Yatra, the Radha Krishna Swing Festival. In Vrindavan, among the local villagers and inhabitants, this festival lasts for 13 days. In Vrindavan, this is one of the biggest festivals of the year, and Vrindavan is very crowded at this time. Literally, hundreds of thousands of people from surrounding towns and villages visit Vrindavan over this period in the auspicious sacred month of Shravan, July-August. Opulence or simplicity, but often the swings are made of gold or silver. In Sri Vrindavan for 5 days, in many of the 5,000 temples there, the small Utsav Vigraha functional deities are taken from the altar and placed on an elaborately decorated swing in the temple room. After receiving the traditional Aarti worship, the deities are pushed on their swing. Members of the congregations are invited to participate. Each person offers flower petals and personal prayers and then pushes the swing several times as the other members chant Hare Krishna, Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan, or Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Madhav in Kirtan. The atmosphere of this festival is especially sweet as everyone has the chance to intimately serve Radha and Krishna. Okay, the same festival is observed in other parts of India too in this sacred month of Shravan. Actually, I wanted to, since long, let me go to the part. Okay, here. Pastime of Srimati Radharani and Shri Krishna. As stated, Jhulan Yatra is very dear to Krishna. He likes it very much. Now, from another perspective, you will see why. From a cultural perspective in India, during this period, all daughters go to their father's house this time to stay there for some days and enjoy the swing festival. A custom celebrated even up to this day. Every year, Srimati Radharani. Huh?
Hari Tej or something. This is what
That you
Amarendra Prabhu.
Yeah.
Hari Tej?
Yeah, I'm not sure. The name is not. Will come maybe. But
Hariyali Tej.
Hariyali.
Yeah, it's called that.
Every year, Srimati Radhani used to go to Varshana, to her parents' home. So she's in Yavat, she's married there, and then she'll go to Varsana, Barsana or Varshana, to parents' house and have a very nice time there with her gopi friends and Krishna, whom she could freely meet, because Jatila and Kutila were not around. One time, Radharani was waiting for her brother Sridham to come and take her to her father's house. So brother will take. Sridham is the brother. She was waiting, but there was no sign of Sridham, and she became so sad. One day a person from Barsana was there. She asked the man to ask her father, "Why have they forgotten me?" She started to cry bitterly. Radharani is crying. The person went to Barsana and told Rishabhanu Maharaj about the condition of his daughter. Hearing this news, Rishabhanu Maharaj immediately sent Sridham to Varshana. Sridham from Varsana to get Radharani, I think. Srimati Radharani's mother Kirtida packed many presents for Jatila to send with Sridham, knowing that if she did not do this, Jatila, being harsh of character, sometimes would not send Srimati Radharani to Barsana. Unless she got her gifts, she would not send Radharani. So Kirtida packed. Meanwhile, day and night, Srimati Radharani was staring at the road coming from Barsana. Oh, somebody is going to come to take me. Somebody is going to come to take me. One day she saw Sridham, and when he finally arrived at the front gate, they embraced each other. She was weeping. "Oh, brother, you had forgotten me. My father and mother too, everyone forgot me." At first, Jatila refused to let Srimati Radharani go. No, she cannot go. She has so much work to do here. And there is so much danger there because of that black boy. She cannot go. Then Sridham gave Jatila all the presents given by Kirtida. Seeing this, she said, "All right, she can go, but only for a few days." So Jatila needs some gifts. Then Srimati Radharani and Sridham went on a cart pulled by 4 bullocks to Varsana, seeing the palace of her parents on the hilltop. So that's Barsana on the hilltop. Feeling great happiness, Radharani started weeping, and even more weeping when she saw her father and mother face to face. So Radharani is not very happy in Yavat. Maybe that's why she's weeping so much now. She's coming back. At that time, Jhulan Yatra had already started, and Srimati Radharani started swinging with her Sakhis during periods in day and night. But she was not satisfied alone without Krishna there. Knowing this, Krishna sometimes came in disguise to the palace. Sometimes he dressed as a gopi, selling bangles or beautiful garlands, or he appeared in any other form, or made an appointment for them to meet each other somewhere in a very secret place in the forest. That's Sanket, right? Sanket is where they used to meet. They say it is. Once Srimati Radharani was seated on the Jhulan, and Krishna was pushing the swing very gently. Suddenly, Krishna put so much force in pushing the swing that Srimati Radharani became fearful and started crying out, "Oh Krishna, save me, save me." That transcendental trickster, Sri Krishna, was climbed on the swing and she firmly embraced him, giving him so much pleasure. Why so much pleasure? Because normally he has to do so many tricks so that Radharani will embrace him. But in this instance, she embraced him out of her own will, without much effort on his part. Therefore, is so fond of this swing pastimes. Some meditations on Sri Jhulan Yatra. The Jhulan time is very intense. Okay, in general, Shravan Maas have an exceptional mood. It is raining all the time. Yamuna Mai became very wide flooded, and there is a fresh atmosphere for devotees who move daily to worship and take Leela Darshan. Okay, so that is the Leela.
That was it. That was it. So, Amrinda Prabhu, this is Bulram Purnima 2 years ago when you were in the hospital for your mom. This is the pastime that he told us of Jhulan Leela. Yeah, she was waiting for her brother Sridham, and Sridham weeping and crying. And finally, they get together in Parsanadham. But there's a full pastime in another book we have read it previously. You can read it in more detail.
It is Radharani pastime by Bhakti Purushottam. Is that the one?
No. There is another book. Radha and Krishna's pastimes at Radha Kund. And one of this is by Mahanidhi Swami. You have that ebook. And there is a Jhulan. There's a full chapter on Jhulan Leela. We have read this before.
Little bit we can read every day. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 9 o'clock. We have to stop here. Thank you very much for your kind association this morning. And we'll see you.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Nice to hear from you, Tunga Vidya Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu, for connecting every day.
Yeah, you've not been joining some time, right? Now you started joining.
Yes, because we're moving, it's a lot of things happening, but it's nice that you're connecting.
Yeah. You were
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Hare Krishna. See you tomorrow.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.